prova, test. Ok. Monielle. Is, prova. Is, prova, il Monielle. Il Monielle. Is, test. Ah. Adesso ti arriva. Perfetto. Test. Prova. Ok. Adesso, perché con calma, se io mi ci metto un attimo, sai, per me è un po' nuovo. Io sono un tecnico, ma non un fonico. Lei è brava come fonica, ma è prestata alla fonica. Lei è anche tecnico di regia e cameraman. Quindi noi ci prestiamo alla fonica. Se tutto è presettato, riusciamo. Adesso, su, cosa ho fatto io? Come cazzo ho fatto? Ace, e ti arriva su tutte e due. Vediamo un po'. Test. Ah. Adesso mi mandi una Zoom, vediamo se collegherà qualcun altro. Mi mandi un audio per piacere. Tanto che ce l'ho io qua. Adesso quello vuoi. No, per vedere se mi arriva. Anche l'audio che fosse una musichetta. Un attimo, mi soltanto. Giovanni porterà pazienza. Sì. Ok. Questo però lo attivate voi poi. Ok. Ok, please. If you sit down, we are going to resume the session.
Where we should sit? Somewhere?
Near to me, first. Julian and whoever is. Maria, please. So we are all. No, Ivan. Ivan is missing.
Because I was watching the meeting for the final two, so
Okay.
and I apologize that I wasn't able to be present.
Not a problem.
I was traveling to Italy.
Whatever you prefer. Okay. No, we are all. Okay. Okay, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. Huh?
They are still enjoying.
Someone is still enjoying the coffee.
Let's resume the session. Good morning again. I'm Donato Iacobucci. Forgot to mention this morning, I'm a professor here of applied economics at Università Politecnica delle Marche, the university which is hosting the conference. As I mentioned this morning, the initial plan was to host the conference in the Faculty of Economics, but for technical reasons, we had to move here. We have been, Università Politecnica delle Marche is very active in international relations, so we very welcome. I discussed with some of you about possible collaboration. We are very eager to discuss about that. But we have also been very active in entrepreneurship education. We are running entrepreneurship education programs from more than 10 years now in our university. And I'm responsible for this. So I'm very glad to have this chance to coordinate this session and to hear from our distinguished panelists. We have been running entrepreneurship education programs based on two key points that are very close to the ones that Giovanni talked about at the beginning of this session. So entrepreneurship education is just not supporting students or researchers who want to start up companies. Is something for all. So we try to have entrepreneurship education involving all our students. And the second is that we think that teachers are a key components when we think at entrepreneurship education. So we have the introductory speech by Julian Ng. So thank you very much, Julian, and I leave you the floor in a few minutes. Then we will have Urs, that you already know very well, from Liverpool Hope University. Claudio Menecozzi, who is from the European Digital Innovation Hub, that maybe you know, and he will explain what the activity is. And Ivan Bornacelli from OECD. I will change the order because I think it's better to change in some way the order. Let me mention as last one Maria Radosavljevic, who is from the University of Niš. She's coordinating a Horizon Widera project, which is an Horizon project designed for the collaboration between EU countries and Western Balkan countries. And the project is the Use IPM that you see there. And it's also on entrepreneurship education. Yesterday we had a nice workshop on discussing with the partners who are here about entrepreneurship education. So I say to the panelists that you will have just one chance for one round because I want to take also questions or involve the audience. So you know that then also Giovanna will explain. You have the chance to put questions or ideas on so that in case I will ask the panelists to react to the questions and issues raised by the audience. But now, Julian, please, the floor is yours. You may use this one.
Yes. Can I use this? No?
No, ma c'è lui
Same.
preferisce.
Perfect. I prefer to move. I will try my best. Okay, well, I hope you are all sufficiently caffeinated now and 2 years younger if we go by Professor Urs's definition of caffeine, making us younger. So let's plow on straight away into session 2, which is all about entrepreneurial education. I'm Julian Ng, the CEO of the Warnbro Worldwide Educational Group and the immediate past president of the International Vocational Education and Training Association, or IVETA. I know it's a mouthful, right? So what I would like to do with this introduction is to start a conversation about what entrepreneurial education is. So those of you, and I know there's some French people here, know that entrepreneur comes from two words, entre and entrepreneur, which is to basically undertake something. And then in the late 18th century, 19th century, the word entrepreneur became quite popular as a way of saying to take on a project, usually with some risks, and try and make it a success. And I think that's what most of us know entrepreneurs as today, to start a business, okay? But if you ask yourselves, are we already teaching this? Are we already doing a lot of this? Well, actually, we're going to look at what entrepreneurial skills cover. It's more than just starting a business. Now, the European Union have created an entrepreneurial skills framework, or Entrecom, which comprises of 3 areas and 15 competences. The first key area is to be able to identify and develop ideas and opportunities so that you can mobilize resources in order to take action and create something that is meaningful and worthwhile. So then, we've just established that entrepreneurial skills is not solely about starting a new business. In fact, it is about cultivating creativity, adaptability, resilience, and having the ability to take initiative, to do something, to achieve results. And all of these things here that I've circled are what we would now see as core entrepreneurial skills. So, you ask, being in education, do we really need to teach this? Common sense says yes. Well, common sense says no, but actually we've seen in reality that we do actually need to teach it, because if we look at the statistics, 95% of European SMEs want workers with the right skills. And skills in inverted commas refer to entrepreneurial skills. 63% of employers have put down this phrase, entrepreneurial mindset, as a keyword or key phrase when they are advertising jobs. So if you are looking for a job and you see this, what does it mean? If you're a teacher, are you teaching your students to have this entrepreneurial mindset? Then 88% of employers believe that, this is the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs report. And it's believed that 88% of entrepreneurial skills are essential for the future workforce. And finally, a UNESCO study has found that 80% of universities around the world have already started embedding entrepreneurial skills into their curricula. Well, I don't know if this applies to your institution or not, but we should see. So back to the World Economic Forum, these are the top 5 skills by 2030 that are required. And if you look at a lot of these things, they're not necessarily academic traditionally. However, those 4 words that I showed you before, they link quite nicely to these. So we're looking for entrepreneurial skills. So the question is, why do we need to integrate entrepreneurial education into our curricula? Well, it says it there. It's a way to transform your learning and to boost engagement with all the stakeholders around you. And if you have that ability to problem solve, you also have the ability to motivate yourself. So that makes you a lot more employable. And as mentioned in the first session, we are faced with so many contingencies in our world today, with wars, with economic situations, migration, etc., etc. These are all very important skills for us to have. And my colleague from the OECD there will probably say that they have a study that shows that students are 3 times more likely to show initiative, 2 times more likely to collaborate with each other, and significantly more likely to show resilience when they are facing setbacks if they have entrepreneurial skills. So let's look at some simple case studies and start with Finland, which everybody seems to like to put at the top of the pedestal as the place to emulate in terms of education. Well, they have a very integrated approach to entrepreneurial education. Basically, they start from the bottom all the way to the top, okay, even through vocational education. And the emphasis is on having an entrepreneurial mindset. Remember, this is the word that appears 60% plus in job advertisements today. So that is quite interesting. And they focus on applying the skills that they have learned to real world challenges. And what is more interesting about this is they actually have a very supportive ecosystem. So nothing is happening in a vacuum. They have buy-in from different types of disciplines and industries. So these are just some examples of the success. I'm not going to go through all of them, but I want to draw you to the last one, in that Finland was ranked the #1 country in the world by the Global Entrepreneurship Monitor for having entrepreneurial skills in its educational system. Now, let's go east to India and have a look at how they embed entrepreneurial education. Well, it's interesting. Their focus is actually to use entrepreneurial education to address unemployment. So they are linking it to the idea of creating, to have job creators, not job seekers. So that's quite an interesting flip around. And they actually link it to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, in particular 4.4, which focuses on vocational education and training. The skills focus that they want is also linked more to actually starting businesses. So they want people to have business acumen, to be able to problem solve, to actually have those human skills, as mentioned by Blendy earlier, that they can communicate effectively with all their stakeholders, and also to tackle the fear of failure. This is an important point because a lot of people don't do or don't start things because they are afraid of failing. So if you take away that fear, then maybe people are more interested to invest their time and energy in something new. And this is very important. Their government of India is very committed to actually creating an ecosystem that is supportive of new enterprises. So these are just some of the examples of success. And look, they've got an entrepreneurial mindset curriculum. Okay, now let's come a bit further back to the west and to the south, to Rwanda. They took on a whole system approach to curriculum development. But I'm not sure how true that is because actually they only started to embed mandatorily entrepreneurship education from high school level. But they are focused primarily on empowering their young people and women. So this is more about accessibility and inclusivity in education for them. So they depend heavily on non-governmental organizations and charities to help them carry these things out. So in the case of these two NGOs that you see up there, they Their job is primarily to train teachers so that they can carry out courses that train entrepreneurial skills. And Rwanda has taken a leaf out of India's book by not only copying them, but actually working actively with them to develop new entrepreneurs. And these are some of the success stories. Women that have undergone an entrepreneurial skills education are 88% more likely to become employed. So, what are the impediments? I think, can you hear me without this? No, it's better because this is a bit temperamental. There are some, of course, impediments to having success when you try and put this into your curriculum. I wouldn't say they are terrible impediments, but they are useful to know about. And the first one really is all about policies. You cannot have a joined up approach if left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. So you really need to try and combine your policies for education together with labor and industry. And you have to give people incentives to want to do this, right? And then, of course, when you're talking about schools, you have to talk about curriculum and pedagogy. So you have to look at a whole system integration. Just putting it in at the secondary school level maybe is not enough. And I think the big problem for a lot of schools is not having enough experiential learning. So you can talk about it, but it's much better to actually do it and learn from that doing. For me, this is the biggest bugbear because a lot of teachers are sort of forced into putting something in because of policy when they don't actually understand what they're supposed to be doing. We see a lot of this in African countries. I've been fortunate enough to work in a lot of African countries, and this is often brought in wholesale by the ministries of education, and then the teachers don't have the resources, don't have the know-how, and don't know what the actual outcomes should be. And a lot of teachers don't like uncertainty because they are assessed on certainty. So they are in very rigid circumstances. They have to prepare lesson plans with clear outcomes, etc., etc. So when you tell them, oh, we want to teach them to have initiative, we want to teach them to be creative, how can the teachers themselves be creative? It's harder to be that. And if we're talking about regional development, as was mentioned in the first session, a lot of developing countries will fall behind more developed nations because they just do not have the resources available, or the funding to have the resources, or the ability to know how to use these resources. Okay? So this significantly makes it more difficult for developing nations to reach the level of what would be optimal. And there are also cultural and social factors about support. I mean, I do a lot of work in vocational education, and how often is it that parents say to their children, oh, you didn't manage to get into university? Never mind, there's a tech school around the corner. Like we are the second poor cousin. So I think we need to look at that as well. And there's again the fear of failure and the stereotypes regarding the roles of women, for example, in some developing countries. It's okay to be a teacher or a nurse, but don't try and become a doctor or an engineer. And okay, we talked about the ecosystem. That's very important to make sure we have a joined up approach. So we ask, what more can we do to have entrepreneurial skills in our education? Well, all of the above we have to address. And then I think we need to look at access and inclusion, because technology is one of those ways that can help us to reach places that would be hard to reach. But technology costs money, and it costs time and investment. Investment in terms of human resources and the knowledge of how to actually run that stuff. So one of the ways that we could look at is to have peer-led and local community hubs. So if you cannot have it in every single school, in every location, maybe create centralized areas where people can come together, okay? And of course, we need to include more women and minorities in our initiatives. And why not integrate local languages and contexts? Because otherwise, I remember this, when I was teaching in one of the African schools, and the university in Africa gave me a case study and said, let's teach business skills to this group. And they gave me a case study on Google. And I said, do these people even know what $1 million looks like, let alone $500 billion? You have to give them a context they can understand. So I said to them, okay, I have $100 and I want you to set up a small little shop by the side of the road to sell your food. They can understand that, but then don't try and compare it with Google's 500 billion turnover, because it makes no sense to them. And this is really important. We need to make sure that we have the people that can go out there to do the work. And one of the ways is train the trainers so that they go out and train others, because you can't physically be there to train every single person. And it's so important that we have this event, the Tibet Alliance Summit, because this is why all of you are here as key stakeholders from your regions. We need to collaborate more often and with each other, because we can learn from each other and also use our abilities and resources to help each other. And with the students, why not motivate and inspire them? Give them challenges, hackathons, competitions in schools to try and get them to be creative and see some form of result. Now we come to the game changer in all of this, artificial intelligence. Now, you're going to think that I'm a doomsayer from the next few points I make, but this research is very new, May 2025. So in this research by Axios, they found that 90% of students, particularly in tertiary level institutions, have used ChatGPT for university work. 25% of high school students have already admitted to using it for their assignments. From the teacher's perspective, they've noticed a 59% increase in cheating, and teachers who have been told to teach AI in their schools have said that, well, 56% of them have said they are absolutely not ready to do that because they don't even understand it themselves, etc., etc. But the most common point that is being brought up is that there is no clear consensus on how to resolve artificial intelligence, the use of artificial intelligence in schools. But my point is not about this. My point is, we're talking about teaching our students to be creative, to take initiative, etc., etc. My question to you all is, if we are so dependent on AI to answer all and any of our questions, how does that make us creative? So my final thoughts are that entrepreneurial education is very, very important because it helps us to build resilience in ourselves to take on challenges and self-belief and self-esteem. And it empowers our youth to take on initiative and do things for themselves and to help them shape their own futures. Again, this is not about creating jobs or businesses, but it is about creating value for the people, the future leaders in our communities, because they are the ones that are going to go out there and lead our countries one day. So we need to make sure that they are not leading our countries using ChatGPT, but by themselves. So let's all try and embed more entrepreneurial education across all our education and training initiatives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Julian, for this, for me, very interesting and even inspiring introduction. I very much agree about the approach you are proposing. And indeed, I already said, one of our programs for entrepreneurship education is targeting teachers, professors, not students. So changing the way they teach if you want to stimulate students to be creative and building an entrepreneurial mindset. So thank you very much. And also for the questions you raised about artificial intelligence. We will have a specific session tomorrow about that, addressing the use of IE in education. So it's very, very important. I said that I will slightly change the order because I will hear now, I think it's Ivan Bornacelli and then Claudio Menecozzi, because you are introducing the perspective of, from one side, the importance of entrepreneurship education in general for the labor market, for the skills in general, and Claudio about the role of entrepreneurial skills for SMEs. And then I will go back to the role of universities, asking Maria and then Urs to talk. So please, Ivan, the floor is yours.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Donato, Julian. Thank you so much for.
You are asked, but to raise questions or ideas that we can then pick up for discussion.
Thank you. Well, I want to be very brief, trying to follow such insightful presentation from Julian. Thank you so much. I want to first try to focus on, let's say, the other side of the coin. It's more on what are the potential impact that entrepreneurial skills may have on the labor markets and looking at labor market outcomes as such. But first of all, I want to highlight a recent work that we have conducted at the OECD Center for Skills. I'm part of a big group that works on these matters. And we have conducted a research on skill-first approaches and the impact that it has on empowering the workforce. First of all, allow me to define what is exactly a skills-first approaches. These days, given the global trends, AI, green transitions, demographics, how people are learning, how people are engaging to informal learning, non-formal learning, and even formal learning, and also how labor market requirements are evolving so fast, it demands a different approach. It demands a way to cope with this fast evolving way of engaging with education and training. So rather than only focusing on the degrees and the titles that people have, why don't we try also to translate those degrees into what people can actually do, which are skills and competences. In this project, what we do is to use LinkedIn data and all from the supply side, but also from the demand side, we look at vacancy, online job posting vacancies. And what we see is that from the demand side, employers are highlighting more skills than degree in order to obtain or to get the people that they are looking for different reasons, because they can spot more rapidly what they need. They can articulate better what the people are offering to the skill requirement that they have, and so on and so forth. On the supply side, we see as well that more people are engaging with micro credentials. Now that lifelong learning is becoming more relevant, people are not only engaging with formal education, either university or training, they're also throughout their life, they are obtaining informal learning that has been developed through the work environment or short training programs, micro, macro credential, so on and so forth. So this dynamic of and these changes on how people and employers are let's say evolving in the labor market, it requires to understand exactly what is what are the skills that people that employers are requiring, and what are the skills that individuals are highlighting. And something that is very much related to our discussion, and I'm moving towards there, is that from the demand side, employers, 2/3 of the skills that are posted on online job vacancies are related to entrepreneurial and transversal skills. And the other side is more the technical and specialized skills. So this is important. Employers these days are looking for individuals that they have the entrepreneurial and transversal skills. On the supply side, what we see on LinkedIn data is that people highlight entrepreneurial skills and more business and specialized skills, those that are more related to, let's say, to the technical matters, such as, let's say, research, medical knowledge, or more specific to the field, are also highlighted. So these two components just give us the following information: is that these skills, regardless the field, regardless the occupation, are becoming more relevant in the labor market. And then my last point is on a very interesting study case that we also helped to develop, focus on the US mainly because of the data availability, and is regarding what is the effect that signaling skills has on the labor market. What we found is that individuals who, or let's say people who are on LinkedIn and highlight skills rather than the degree only, they have a reduced gap in they have a lower unemployment gap than those that they don't highlight the skills. Now, let me jump into the topic specifically. We found that those that highlight disruptive skills, and let me define what disruptive skills, those that are related to AI or emerging technologies, are the ones who are facing or are having the most benefits of highlighting those skills and having reduced employment gaps. But the interesting thing is that the skills bundle, meaning the combination of disruptive skills with transversal entrepreneurial skills, meaning people highlighting this combination of skills, they have lower employment gaps. This is an interesting factor. This is an interesting element, is that those, I want to use the terms that earlier, I forgot his name, but from the youth conseiller, yes, he mentioned the humans skills, which are very correlated to the entrepreneurial ones, are the ones that are making the difference in the labor market, reducing employment gaps and increasing the chances to be employed. I want to close with that, and happy to receive any question and even discuss afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Claudio, from the European Digital Innovation Hub.
Thank you. Thank you, Donato, for your kind introduction, and welcome, and happy to be here. Thank you for having me. my today here I'm representing EDI for Market, which is EDI stands for European Digital Innovation Hub. For those of you who don't know what this organization represents, this is a European funded initiative. Um, it's a territorial network of incubators, basically, where the local organization are helping the local companies and enterprises to uh, be better at their digital innovation journey. So what we do basically is working shoulder by shoulder every day inside the companies and the enterprises that we have on the territory, and we help them with designing an innovation path, and we help them with assessing their digital maturity. We help them aligning the strategy of the company with the digital innovation strategy, and we help them with training. Being a European initiative and being, very much related to what happens on the ground and in the territory, we are especially interested also in establishing connections with the other apps that are around us. So we have a stable table with the Adriatic, Ionian macro region and the apps being part of the region. We are constantly in touch with them, exchanging lesson learned, best practices, and methodology. What I will tell you about today, it's obviously not the Copernican revolution in terms of entrepreneurship training, but it's an approach that will tell you a little bit more about the practical side of the thing when it comes to working on the ground within a company inside the nitty gritty of the daily tasks that company nowadays will have to face. So what we find when we start a project with one of our, with our stakeholders is that entrepreneurs nowadays are more and more focused on what brings revenues to them, right? And who can blame them for that? I mean, that's pretty obvious, right? If they don't have revenues, that their companies will probably not exist. But since we are living in a world that is more like my fellow panelists said before, we are more and more living in a world that is ambiguous, that is volatile, that is changing very fast. There is a term that describes this as this VUCA. Yeah, this is the never normal type of reality we are living. That is especially affecting the small and medium-sized industries and enterprises because this type of organization have less margin, are more fragile, and it's more difficult for them to be on the edge of the innovation because they don't have the ability and the space to invest in a formal approach on training and an organized approach on developing the skills internally, or they don't have the ability to invest huge amount of money on buying the latest technologies. So that's why our work with them is particularly important because we support them. We offer them, for example, the chance of doing a test before invest type of project so that they don't need to buy the technology, but they can use the technology we already have as a proof of concept. But the most important thing that we found out is that no project, no innovation project can really steer away from training and from building up the skills. But this is not because the entrepreneurs are missing the basic skills to start an enterprise. It's because they are not able to dedicate the right amount of energy and time to them. So these people, as I said, are head down on what brings the what brings the revenues. Imagine a company like this as a company where the general manager is often also doing the sales manager or the quality manager. And in such an environment, it's really, really difficult to steer them away from that, from the operational side of things, to talk about strategy, to talk about future, to talk about training. So what do we do with them is we don't want to have a classical approach on training for them. We don't want to teach them anything. We don't want to transfer a knowledge to them, or not just transfer knowledge to them, but we decided to approach training and upskilling as a result of a business analysis process. What does that mean? A business analysis is a practice that says, in order to solve a problem or to pursue an opportunity, first you have to analyze it, right? So you have to run a formal analysis on the needs of the organization, and the results of that analysis will give you a range of possible solutions. And only when you evaluate those solutions, when you do a sanity check on the proposals that you have, you can really choose the one that fits best the needs of the company, and then you can start building up the project. What we usually did in the past when it came to training was, okay, there is this company that is not using well their ERP software, for example, or they're not very good at cybersecurity, right? So what do? Well, we teach them how to do cybersecurity. We teach them how to use an ERP software. Well, yeah, that is good, but it leaves to the entrepreneur the burden to bridge the gap between the theoretical knowledge that I'm passing to them and the application of that knowledge to their daily operations. So what we decided to do is to follow basically two key values: empowering over teaching, and exploiting potential over adding new capabilities. Which means it doesn't mean that we don't want to teach them anything or that we don't want to add new capabilities, not at all. But when we have a tight environment, few margins, small amount of time, small amount of resources, we want to work with what we have. We want to empower the people with what they already have. We want to exploit their potential before we add something on top of that, which they might have difficulties in using it. So translating that into something that is more practical, um, when it comes to a training project or an upskilling project in a company that we work for, we first do an assessment with them. We find out what are the needs that they have, what are the biggest opportunities or the biggest threats that there are, and then we design the process around the training. So the training is not the result of the process. The training is done just on the process. So to give you an example of of a project that just ended a couple of weeks ago in a company that is nearby here in Ancona, um, we had a technical office of a company that was producing appliances for kitchen, so for furniture appliances. They were having an issue with the technical office because they were always late. They were using a software, but they were not using at its full potential. And they were using their time in a way that was not, let's say, optimal. So the easy win would have been, okay, we go there, we give them some training about time management or efficiency management, and we call the people that provided them with the software, and we give them a technical training on that. So that could have been a solution, but it was not our solution. We decided to do something different. We decided to redesign the governance of the technical office. So it's not that they needed more technical training. They needed a process to run the tools that they were not able to do by themselves because they didn't have the time, or maybe they didn't have the overall holistic approach over the entire process. So what we found out was the problem was not that they didn't know what button to click in order to operate the software. It was that the software was not containing the right information, that people were not using the software for the right reason. So they were communicating a lot via telephone, for example. They were using instant messages for exchanging important information. So we wanted to stop that. We eradicated that. We trained them on how to govern their process with regular meetings, with regulating their communication channels, and so on and so forth. So the training was a result of the, not, it wasn't the result of the process, it was just on. And yeah, that makes a lot of difference. We found out, and especially in the latest couple of years, we steered away from classical training for this, and we are providing, out of all of the training initiative we have, the training projects we have, 18% are basic type of training. All the rest is customized.
Thank you, Claudio. I think this highlights, because we are mainly talking about education or training of young people, students, but one of the main challenges is training and educating people who are already on the job, which is a real big challenge. And thank you, Claudio, for this experience. But we now go back to education institutions and universities specifically. Maria.
Thank you, Donato, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this panel with these distinguished speakers. I come from Serbia, which is a developing country, as you probably all know. I completely understand the context in which we are speaking, because we are struggling with improvement of education recently, maybe about 15, 20 years. We actually introduced entrepreneurial education courses, basic entrepreneurial education courses at the faculties of economics about 15 or 20 years ago, depending on the university. And we are now in the process of introducing this kind of courses at the technical and all other faculties in technical and all other fields. I hope that Donato didn't invite me to participate here in order to a little bit improve this obvious gender gap that exists here. So I will try to present our experience as a developing country. As in the first panel, somebody mentioned that we have the problem of aging teachers and lack of skills and competencies in this sense. We also, at least in Serbia and other Balkan countries, have I may say, two types or two groups of teachers. The ones that are enthusiastic and proactive, that are interested in learning still, so implementing lifelong learning concept on their own. And also, unfortunately, we have the other group of teachers that are not interested in this. So we have here a group of enthusiastic professors gathered around the Use IPM project, that logo and poster you can see here. We gathered interested teachers from four Western Balkan countries, so Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, and Serbia. And we tried to make some improvements in field of entrepreneurial education in order to improve teacher skills, but also in order to be better in the transferring those skills to young people, because we are traditional countries with unfortunately no entrepreneurial tradition. So a lot of people are expecting to get the job, not to create for them by themselves. But according to my own kind of check that I perform each year with the students, the situation is changing. Why and how I see that? Because about 10 years ago, when we started with entrepreneurial education, when I asked my students, how many of you would like to work in public sector, you can see more than 90% of raised hands. And now when I ask them how many of them would like to work in public sector, I can barely see one or two hands. So the most of them would like to be an entrepreneurs or to start their own business. So this is kind of indicator that something is changing on better, I would say. So during the project that I mentioned, we visited four partners from developed European countries in Strasbourg, Brussels, Manchester, and lovely Arezzo here in Italy. And we learned a lot from our non-academic partner what skills they actually appreciate when they recruiting and employing young people. And we also wanted to compare their thoughts with the experts from our own countries. So we conducted the Delphi study in order to consult preferably HR professionals and entrepreneurs to see what skills they do find very important. The most of them are already mentioned here. They fit into the entry comp framework. And we observe them as innovative skills, entrepreneurial skills, uh, digital skills, and transversal skills. But what we find as kind of paradox is that emotional intelligence is emphasized by the most of professionals, HR professionals, but explained as still not implemented. And I think that we mentioned here motivation or self-motivation as one of very important skills that young people need to develop in order to uh, be better in this business world, whether they are developing their own business or they are trying to be kind of corporative entrepreneurs in some company. On this our way, researching the best European practices and also conducting research in our country, we made certain conclusions and we created report and we thought that we learned a lot, but we still want to learn more, and this is why this conference is very important for all of us. I can also share the experience that we gained during this trip. And we already implement something that we heard in the developed Europe, but there are also some things that were very important for us. And I will just mention here famous and fabulous Professor John Besant from United Kingdom. He's in the field of motivate young people to actually change their mindset and to be more entrepreneurial oriented. He uses his talent for writing songs and playing guitar to present the lectures. So this was very great experience for all of us. So we all wished at that time that we are talented and create songs because believe it or not, I still remember those songs that he performed for us, and this was really great experience. We also tried to implement different kind of activities also to motivate our students because we are pretty much closed country without mobility and international experience. So, for example, we met one teacher from Rio Grande Valley University in Texas, and we tried to conduct at least one part of courses together with students from this university in Texas and our students. We even have a problem with time difference, but we managed to find time slots when students can work together in teams, and this was really, really great experience. I may say that even if we are developing country, we try to find ways and to involve more business practitioners into our classrooms, so to provide flipped classrooms and to engage more young people in this entrepreneurial field due to our, I mean, tradition and history, because we're not entrepreneurially oriented, but somehow we managed to find ways. And today here and yesterday with the workshop with Donato, we really learned a lot, and we will definitely implement a lot of things when we return home to improve our teaching and to be better professors to our teachers, because this is the way to motivate them to start their own business and to be more entrepreneurial oriented.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for sharing with us your experience. Very interesting. And I'll now ask Urs, who was a very, really great experience on this area.
Thank you very much. My way through entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education is more than 40 years long. And I started years ago as a serial entrepreneur and built up various companies and projects in the world. And at the end, when it went successfully, I've always given it into the hands of the staff and of the managers. So that was my happiness to show that we could do something, that we could be successful and to change something in the world for a better future. And then more and more when I had experiences, 2015, I was impressed that I had once the idea that we should change the world and divide the land of the planet into the hands of human beings. And I thought if somebody is overtaking some part of the land, of our globe, then maybe they could be more or could change more a responsible development to the future. And I thought as well that there are as well many entrepreneurs who are not acting responsible, and but there are not people who are not entrepreneurs who could act entrepreneurial and positive in a good change. And then I created 2015 the term expreneurship. And why I created this? Because I was impressed by the preneurial behavior, and I saw schools where teachers have leaded schools into an incredible future, edupreneurs. I saw farmers who had created new projects and new ideas, agripreneurs. I saw ecopreneurs. I I have taught in Romania for big companies, several thousand staff, the management team in a direction of intrapreneurship and helped them to be as well the entrepreneurs, but not responsible for the money, but for their good ideas. And we had incredible results and heightened the revenue income several times. So all these developments then brought me in this direction to write the book, where I'm still working on. I'm not so eloquent, but I'm writing a book about entrepreneurship and preneurship. And I think that our world is not a good one. I think that our education is not yet a good one in this situation where we are. That we has to have something for the future of education and of our world. That this should be, yeah, should be given into the hands of people who are entrepreneurial behaving in the direction of a transformation. I say often a metamorphosis of life, that we really has to change and find new creative ways of making changes. And now, in this time, my wife is a kindergarten teacher. She then said, "Oh, look, I'm working as well with entrepreneurship in the kindergarten." And then I have with projects, and I saw the entrepreneurial skills in kindergarten children. Then I have seen that as well in other schools. So for me, it is a key competence for being better, more responsible, more resilient. All that what we saw in these presentations for a better future. And therefore, I think I'm happy if we are all working in this direction, because it needs this, because we are not in a high end good quality. And I'm happy that Hirpo is here. Dr. Hirpo Kumbi is developing with us at the Liverpool Hope University an executive management in enterprise. And we have others in entrepreneurship, and we have others in other fields, because we see it is needed. He is connected with Eritrean and Ethiopian government, and they are doing a great job. And we see that in the southern hemisphere, there are often no needs for a future, or no possibility. No, there are big needs for a future, but no possibilities to do that over the common ways. And therefore, they all has to get changed into entrepreneurs and find new solutions for them and us. Yeah, I can't, who could speak long, but I think that's it. You know what I mean. And I give back the mic.
Thank you. Uh, it's looking before at the clouds of words and issue. I think it's a pity that we seems to agree very much on the keywords. We are all well aware of the importance of entrepreneurship education as a way of creating not just transferring skills, but creating an entrepreneurial mindset. So, the importance of teachers. I think I will take two issues which are I think are very important. Urs, you were very inspiring on what entrepreneurship education could achieve in terms of better people, but we need a way of measuring our learning program. So one of the questions was about that you are transferring skills on creativity, resilience, all those concepts, responsibility, but how do we measure impact of our this one important question maybe I ask you. And then there's a specific question for Maria, but I don't know if you want to discuss over the lunch or the coffee break, or you want to answer immediately about the role of the European Training Foundation on improving, of course, entrepreneurship education in the Western Balkans. But I think the question of how we measure our program is an important question. I don't know if it's or measuring. How did you measure the
It's clear, I can say it in one sentence. See the outcomes, the results, and optimize the results. And that not act when you have the same situation or for
So I would ask another question then based on that, because if you want to talk about measuring the success of entrepreneurial skills, because I did a survey with my students recently, the younger ones, and I said, what do you want to be when you graduate? And you know what the top answer was? Influencer. So then my question is, if you have a popular OnlyFans account, does that make you a very successful entrepreneur? So, but I think ultimately, if you can easily find a job, I would say that the success of your entrepreneurial skills is already a good. It's already measured quickly, because then you're not depending on a piece of paper to say you are good at what you do, but you are able to communicate that confidently and clearly to a potential employee. So for me, that is the best measure of how successfully you have taken on skills.
I think we also have the important aspect of how to give credentials about this. Maybe one of the issues that we will discuss. I don't know if there are going back to Maria.
Yes, I think what I would like to add on that is something that we found fascinating. It's that entrepreneurial skills were highlighted regardless the sector and the field. So I don't know if it's about measuring specifically how entrepreneurial skills end up on a specific outcome, but it's the combination of outcomes at the end. Because I had actually in the coffee break, I had a very interesting conversation with a colleague from Ukraine where she was explaining me about this very interesting startup uh, that it's on health and AI, and the key of the success of that startup, it was based on the university giving the methodology, the organization, the leadership mindset to the students in order to reach the main outcome, which is developing the startup itself. So even that the startup is, yes, it's a business, but it's on a specific sector, which is health, is the combination of the two things that tell us that entrepreneurial skills are successful. So it's not about let's evaluate entrepreneurial skills and measure them. It's more to how they are combined with other ones and spot those ones that can give us a hint if they are working or not.
Thank you. Maria, I know that there are several universities in the Western Balkans. You were saying there's very good programs in entrepreneurship education. So.
And referring to the question, I didn't say that we have no experience in developing entrepreneurial skills. We do, but unfortunately not enough, or this is still the field that is reserved for a smaller number of teachers, which is probably the reason why we are lagging behind the developed European countries. And yes, we have some technical faculties that are very successful in their projects and defining strategies and all other things. But we are also from the faculties of economics, which our group of teachers come from. We are also trying to apply for different projects, and I may say that Faculty of Economics from Niš, which is the less developed part actually of Serbia, when we observe the Serbia as a country. We have four currently running Horizon Europe projects, which are oriented somehow to entrepreneurship and entrepreneurial orientation. But also we have, fortunately, still large group of teachers that are not interested in improving their teaching skills. For example, we had a free of charge course organized at our university that is called EMI, which means using English as a medium for teaching. And only small number of teachers applied for this course, and it was very useful for learning which kind of tools and techniques can we use, not only for teaching in English, but for teaching in our own language as well. But how to actually attract students' attention and how to involve them into the teaching process, to not be only passive learners, but active participants from which we can also learn during the education process. That was what I had in mind, and I hope that we will change that this in the years to come.
Thank you, Maria. Julian mentioned that I don't remember exactly the number. Is more than 80% of universities who are running courses on entrepreneurship. I think this is true not only in advanced countries, but in almost all countries. Entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education is a fashionable issue from decades now. So all universities in Italy and in other countries have courses on entrepreneurship. They try to involve students. The problem is that most of them are like extracurricular activities, or it's just one course on entrepreneurship on how to make a business plan. The real challenge is okay. That's okay, and it's a good idea to have programs or courses addressing the typically 10% of students who are eager to be an entrepreneur. But the real challenge is entrepreneurship education for all the students, transferring the skills and attitudes that we were discussing. And to do that, you have to involve teachers. That's in our experience is a much more challenging endeavor. As Maria said, not all teachers, not all professors are eager to change the way they teach, and so this I think is, as also Giovanni said at the beginning, training, addressing the teachers is the real challenge for the teacher at this point. So I thank you all. We were supposed to, unless there are a few other questions about what? Yes, it's about, yes. But it, this is a very, very old, I remember this old question more than 20 or 30 years ago when I started being involved in entrepreneurship education. The question was, can you teach entrepreneurship? Huh? Is it something that you can teach? I think the question is something like this. Can you transfer those skills, the typical entrepreneurial skills, by teaching, or you have to? I think I don't know if you have the answer. The answer, in my opinion, is yes. You have to. You may teach, but you have to change the way you teach those skills. So, what we were saying before, you have to innovate the way in which we involve students in a more active way, not just hearing a professor transferring knowledge. But if you have,
Yeah, basically, there is a difference between a tailored approach on training and training by doing. Training by doing is implying that you're doing something. That means there is already a process defined. There is already some competencies, at least by somebody, and then applying those competencies, other people can learn, right? Looking at the execution of the work. In this case, we are not talking about execution. We are still one step ahead. So we are still talking about the process, which is which comes before the execution. And to the second part of the question, if there is a way to measure or indicators that can measure the impact of this, well, when you start a training project in a real working environment, that question is something you answer at the beginning. So you are starting the project because you are looking for a benefit out of it. So the benefit realization is the measurement of the success of the initiative. So only when, if you don't do that at the beginning, you will not have the ability. Well, first of all, the initiative will not have success, most probably. And second, you will not be in the position of measuring it. So it's imperative that before you start doing anything in the project, you know what are the expected benefits, how you want to measure them, and when they are going to be realized by the project. So that's something you answer beforehand, not after.
I saw one question, and I would like to ask the person who posed this question to let me know later after this panel to communicate, because I'm not sure if I understood well. But the question was the connection between entrepreneurial skills, developing entrepreneurial skills, and mental health of young people. So I would like to know whether this person had in mind the problems actually that are becoming obvious in the last few decades, when we know that IQ or rational intelligence has been increasing, but unfortunately, some research confirmed that emotional intelligence has been decreasing, which can be a problem of young people. And maybe this can be also the reason or the problem or the challenge in providing the connection between developing entrepreneurial skills and mental health of young people. So we can discuss after this panel. So this is just like a short answer to the question, and whoever asked this question, we can discuss after this panel.
One sentence, less than a minute. No, not only for young people, as well for old people. For old people, it is as well developed, not only for young people. Yes, as I said, it's not only for young people, it's for people of all ages.
Okay, Let's continue. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panelists. It was a very interesting discussion. I hope it was also interesting for you. We have the lunch at the foyer, not this one, a larger one on the first floor. So you have to go down by stairs this time, with the elevator. There are people helping us. So lunch is ready on the foyer. Thank you very much to you all, and please be on time. Don't lose yourself. Don't and be on time for the afternoon session. Lunch, sorry, lunch is in the foyer. You may use not the elevator you went up, but you may use the other elevator on the left or the stairs. It's first floor. Ask for the foyer, first floor. The lunch is ready.
Sa. Ehi, c'è. Ehi, check. Ehi. Ok, guarda le Q. Ehi. Guarda le Q. Ehi. Tira giù quella roba qua. Ehi. Sì, fallo come quegli altri. No, copialo e uguali questi. Puoi prendere il... c'è. No, quella roba così. Senti che è radiofonico? È sul podio.
Sa. Ehi. 4 dov'è? Ehi. 6, ehi, ecco, un po' più caldo. Anche questi qua li facciamo un po' più caldi. 6, ehi. Ok. 6, ehi. Guarda un po' anche questo qua. Ehi. Ehi. C'è, ehi, sa. Ehi. Ehi, prova.
Sì, prova, sì. Prova, test, 1, 2, 3.
Sì, lo fai con il radio. Test, 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 così vedi anche questo. Test, prova. Prova. Sì, sì. Perché non arriva in sala invece? Non arriva in sala? Sa. E quello arriva in sala?
Questo? Test? Sì, 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 no, non arriva in sala, neanche questo.
Secondo me è stato disassegnato dal nostro.
Ma questa è la 50. E sa, è solo un po' altino qui, un po' altino qui, sì, prova, sa, test, 1, 2, ok, vedi un po' se adesso ti arriva, in sala arriva, e, sì, prova, il grigio, in teoria sì, in teoria sì, in teoria sì, il grigio è questo qua, sì, prova, sì, questo è più cupo, audio arriva, e già è qualcosa. 4 e sì, beh, non so, gusti. Ma chi? Enter? Mi chiede ce n'è uno. Sì, test, prova. Test, prova, tanto stiamo su parlato, bisogna dare un po' di medi così. Sì, di noi no. Noi non abbiamo mangiato. Allora, grigio. E dai, copia il grigio. Anche questo in realtà invece in realtà questo qui invece 1 no, in realtà se non gli dai la 48 non funziona, questo è lo che un po'
Prova podio, prova test, 1, 2, 3. Prova podio, prova, 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 podio, prova. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, prova podio.
che c'è stata un'infiltrazione nei mesi precedenti e c'erano stati degli interventi.
Sì.
E lei si
rimandato tutti a giovedì, domani non è stato il considerato. Cioè, giovedì, avete messo
Ladies and gentlemen, if I could invite my panelists up to the front, please. And we'll start in 5 minutes because we have to work out what we're doing first. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. At the same time, from here, I would like to recommend, please now scan the QR code so you will be ready. You can also start now to put some question, remark, whatever you want that will be discussed. You can use two sides. One is the question and answer section in which you can write whatever you like, but is moderated, so will be censored in case is not connected with the conference. And the other part is the word cloud. So please use the app and contribute to the debate. Thank you.
One mic for me and one that will pass around to everyone. How does it work?
Prova.
Il mio schermo. Ok.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we can get our afternoon session started with your permission, if that's okay. My name is Craig Marsh. I'm the Faculty Dean at Liverpool Hope University in the UK. You're easier to get the attention of than my students, I can tell you that. If you haven't heard already, we will be hosting the Skillman International Forum Conference in November the 4th and the 5th. And if you don't know what Guy Fawkes Night is, then you will find out when you come over to Liverpool in November. So we will mention it more than once over the next 24 hours. This afternoon session, apart from being called the graveyard shift, which is always the one straight after lunch when everyone falls asleep, is about Centres for Vocational Excellence. And my distinguished panel will give examples, will unpick the characteristics of those centres, and will talk about the solutions of some of the issues and challenges that were so well presented to us before lunch. We are going to try and make this session as interactive as is possible for the session straight after lunch when everyone has drunk wine. And what we would like you to do, please, again, is put your questions to the app. I have enrolled my attractive assistant, Giovanni, to help me with the managing the questions this afternoon. So we will try and get through all of them, myself and my colleagues. So we would like to make it as interactive as possible. I may even ask you, if you put your question into the app, to present your question in person. So watch out for that as well, to try and keep you awake. We will also try and keep a little bit to time, and this session is designed to finish at 10 to 4. Without further ado, I'd like to present my colleague, Faton Deshishku, who is going to spend 10 minutes presenting a fascinating project that he's been working on with 6 different countries. So Faton, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Greg, and thank you for everybody for being here. Without going to the details at the moment, I will represent the GreenCo initiative today. Actually, GreenCo is an NGO working towards vocational education and training concepts, and also providing solutions for different vocational education systems. So in this regard, I will present today the initiative from GreenCo for the Western Balkans. So it's building a green and digital centers of vocational excellence in the Western Balkans. Let me begin by framing the challenges. Across the Western Balkans, we are seeing an urgent need for skills, skills mismatch, particularly in 3 critical domains: green technologies, digital innovation, and vocational readiness. This is not just an education issue, it's a barrier to sustainable growth and competitiveness. By 2030, every country in the region is expected to align with the EU Green Agenda. This ambition is backed by significant investment, around 1 billion per country in potential EU support. But the real question is, do we have the workforce ready on this transition? Today, we face critical shortages in sectors such as renewable energy, construction, advanced manufacturing, and ICT. These are not distant concerns. This is a now issue. And these sectors all require new vocational profiles, ones that our current system often cannot yet provide. Why? Because many existing vocational systems still lack recognition tools, digital integration, and strong links to SMEs, which are essential for creating real pathways to employment and innovation. Without a structured core model tailored to our regional needs, green and digital transition risk being under-delivered across the Western Balkans. This is where GreenCo comes in. And all in the next slide, I'll show how to translate these challenges into regional opportunities. To ground our vision, in fact, let's zoom into the Western Balkan region and look at the concrete region transition initiatives already underway, along the side pressing vocational needs they guarantee. In Albania, a 1 billion subsea interconnector project linking Italy, Albania, and United Arab Emirates is underway, powering solar and wind parks. Experts estimate an urgent need for 2,500 technicians in solar photovoltaic systems and high voltage direct current transmission technologies. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, a major World Bank energy transition loan is being used to repurpose coal region. This alone requires coal to clean reskilling packages for over 7,000 miners and transformation of workforce at scale. In Kosovo, a 40 million energy efficiency program is targeting public buildings. This significantly raises demand for certified energy auditors and retrofit specialists, roles that do not yet have fully standardized training paths. Meanwhile, in Montenegro, a massive gigawatt renewable energy pipeline has been announced, with new solar projects like Cher 50 megawatt installation. This calls for new VT standards, particularly in solar operation and maintenance and supervisory control and data acquisition systems. In North Macedonia, is pushing forward with 1.7 gigawatt of renewables, and it's a first major solar energy auction. This highlights the needs to rapidly expand dual education programs in renewable energy tech. And finally, in Serbia, the UNDP Green Transition Program is already integrating green skills into 40 secondary technical schools. But this is only a starting point. The challenge is national level, aligned and curriculum modernization. As you can see, the transition is not hypothetical. It is real, resource, and already happening. But the vocational ecosystem in these countries are not yet equipped to deliver the skills that are urgently needed. This is exactly why a regional COVID model like GreenCo is not just timely, but necessary. As a response to the urgent need outlined across the Western Balkans, the GreenCo initiative is not just a concept. It's a structured, scalable solution. We envision a regional center of excellence that will upskill youth, pivot actors, SMEs, not in isolation, but in coordinated ecosystem focused on green and digital transformation. Provide modular AI-integrated micro-credentials recognized by EU level, leveraging platforms such as DQF.eu and EBSI for validation. Fuse together boot camps, blended learning, and on-the-job training, enabling hands-on adaptive skills formation. Align tightly with EU Green Agenda 2030 priorities and tap into funding streams, including IPA 3 and Erasmus+. Actively promote inclusion, ensuring women and minority learners are part of the green transition. Start with the Kosovo pilot, but prepare for 6 centers of excellence across the region, forming a long-term regional skills alliance. This is how GreenCo translates policy priorities into local action with measurable, inclusive, and future-proof impact. We translated GreenCo vision into a concrete roadmap starting now and moving through 2026. We have established core alliance with GreenCo NGO, a committed DET college, a university, and a lead employer. This anchors the initiative in local ownership and cross-sector collaboration. We are currently exploring funding opportunities, including an Erasmus+, small-scale partnership call to initiate early-stage activities and technical groundwork. We've scouted a location for the Fab Lab. With ETF guidance, we are benchmarking our concept against EU COVID excellence standard using the ISAT COVID tool. A draft character is underway, detailing governance, gender inclusion targets, and sustainability model to long life term operation. This roadmap is more than a timeline. It's a framework that blends local ownership, EU alignment, and scalable potential. Let me walk you through the strategic vision for scaling centers of vocational excellence across the region. First, our plan is to establish partner with 6 existing COEs, 1 in each Western Balkan country. This ensures national ownership while contributing to the cohesive regional framework. Second, we are aligning the initiative with ETF blueprint for centers of vocational excellence. This means adopting the ETF quality standards and peer review mechanism to ensure that each COE meets recognized benchmark for excellence, consistency, and mutual recognition across the region. Third, our model is inspired by the Win for SMEs approach in Germany, which demonstrates the power of strong SME engagement, modular learning paths, and institutional partnership. Finally, we are taking the phased approach with feasibility, which is currently underway by Research Institute FIAP in collaboration with the University of Pristina under the Web 2025 initiative. A pilot in Kosovo to test the model and localize its application, scale up across all 6 countries, forming an interconnected regional COE alliance. So let's reflect on why this moment and this partner matter. The timing is critical. The green transition and digital shift are actively reshaping and skilling landscape in the Western Balkans. Massive investment flows, like those under the EU Green Agenda 2030, require scalable, aligned training solution, and they require them now. So why Skillman? Skillman isn't just a network, it's a unique ecosystem. It's a pan-European platform grounded in ENTRCOP, I, and EQ VET frameworks. Through design thinking for education innovation, leadership in micro-credentials via DQF and EPSI. Skillman provides the ideal transitional anchor to align standard across 6 national COVIs, offer ready-made adaptable tools and training resources, ensure rigorous quality assurance and measurable impact. To realize green growth vision and deliver regional COE model, we are now entering a decisive phase. These next steps will shape our direction. We're finalizing the groundwork with inputs from Web 2025 and ETF to validate the model and ensure alignment with EU excellence criteria. We aim to engage ministries of education and economy, VET agencies, and forward-looking anchor companies in each Western Balkan country. This involves building a participatory roadmap, integrating industry voices, VET institutions, civil society, and local champions. We are actively mapping support opportunities through EU IPA 3, Erasmus+, bilateral donors, and technical assistance. Kosovo will serve as a first pilot site, paving the way for the 5 additional COVIs, 1 per Western Balkan country, and the creation of regional skills alliance. So thank you very much, and please share any feedback, suggestion, or interest in direct involvement.
So I'm sure you will have questions about how that structure has been put together. It strikes me that we have to be entrepreneurial to be able to lead the development of entrepreneurial skills across the continent, and there's a great example of it. Partnership is surely one of the entrepreneurial skills that has been less discussed so far, but the development of partnerships is clearly critical to your success there, Patron. So thank you for presenting that to us. What I've now done is asked each of my colleagues on the panel to take no more than 5 minutes, and there will be a timer here, to present themselves, to present any particular challenge or opportunity or solution that they're developing that is going to be of interest to us as the audience. So I'd like Filippo, please, to start. Filippo Delino, I don't think needs any introduction, but of course he's from the European Training Foundation and is crucial, I think, to this conversation. Filippo.
For Delino, I'll go straight to the point. You can click on so I can show you that they're going to be shorter. I'll be quite short because I don't have a solution. I know that solutions are more interesting than identifying problems, so try to put attention on some specific policy priority. I still have to do it, so I'll go straight to it. I'll give more time to my colleagues. If you have to simplify, oversimplify, just to make best use of the time, I mean, one of the 2 functions which Center of Excellence have is being hubs for innovation and engines for competitiveness. That's the most difficult aspect and function of all Center of Excellence because they're all, most countries, most models for Center of Excellence are former education provider. So they are quite used in providing key competence and competence to learners. Or when it comes to really lead the partnership with the private sector, it's a bit more complicated for them. However, it is absolutely crucial that they take over this function to actually reply to the skills needs in our country, in particular in the Western Balkans. When we talk about being hub for innovation and engine for competence, we talk about several functions from incubator to startups, some sectoral projects similar to what we've just seen on specific sector in partnership with the key stakeholders, fab labs, facilitating the access of micro and small companies to high level equipment from the Center of Excellence. So these are all examples, but the one which I would like to focus on more, which is I think is the most important, is the anticipatory upskilling, anticipatory function for upskilling and reskilling of people working in companies. We are not asking the Center of Excellence to actually make an analysis of the skills which are needed in the labor market, because there are so many organizations that are already doing it, whether it's international organizations like the ETF or CEDEFOP, or is national observatories or specific university in the country, but the evidence is there. Just as I can mention ETF, we do skills mismatch calculation in the Western Balkans, analysis online job vacancies, together with CEDEFOP, we do the European Job Skills Survey, and I could mention additional 2 or 3 studies. So the evidence is that what we ask is Center of Excellence to take the leadership to go along with small and medium companies who represent more than 90% of the companies in our countries, and to deliver training with 2 main purposes. The first one is to make the companies grow, which actually will allow to have more employment. And the second one is to identify the workforce which is at risk of being laid off. And we have several countries which approached ETF saying, we know already that we'll have 20,000 people that will lose the work. So we need to address their training now. So these 2 functions are absolutely crucial. It's not easy for small and medium enterprises to be active in that regard, because they don't have huge HR departments, not like Siemens. So for them, they need the support of actors, and the Center of Excellence are the better suited to provide this support. So for me, this is a plea for everybody who's actually working in Center of Excellence to make the extra effort to create partnership. You don't have to you don't have to be alone. You have several examples in countries like in Italy, we have the ITS, where the universities and Center of Excellence cooperate together with enterprises. So in each country, you might find a different combination of NGOs, schools, providers, companies, but you need to really take the leadership, because it's more difficult for policymakers in the government to actually do it than for Center of Excellence. So this is more or less a plea for our other speakers.
Thank you so much, Filippo. So a couple of really important things there. Again, partnership has come out several times in our conversation so far. The collaboration between different actors and stakeholders that COVES represents, how those are brought together to deploy and add value to the skills development in the region. You also mentioned the dark side of employment, people laying off workers. I assume that we can think of those people as perhaps not being having the latest skills, so they themselves will need upskilling and reskilling, and therefore the COVE has a role to play in that development.
I want to make a small difference. Of course, COVES have to be active also in supporting unemployed people in the context of labor market measure. But the anticipatory function is important, because you can prevent these people to be unemployed, which is always a bit traumatic, not to lose your job and you have to go through the labor market measures. As much as possible, if you actually anticipate what are potentially the risk of being unemployed because of lack of skills, this is going to be quite beneficial for the people who don't become unemployed.
Thanks, Filippo. And I assume actually being anticipatory also means maybe the companies themselves don't necessarily realize what those skills are that you need to be developing. So that's the leadership function, right?
That's the problem with small and medium companies. They don't have whether the capacities to really read the future. They are more reactive. So it's really needed from their side to have a partner who can really help them in providing those expertise that big companies have in their HR departments.
Excellent. Thank you, Filippo. So any questions that arise from the 2 excellent presentations we've heard so far, please use the QR code, put your questions in, and we'll try and come to them a little later. They are starting to come through, but I'd like each of my colleagues just to present themselves to the audience first, so that we can hear who they are and what their particular contribution is. So I haven't structured an order here, so I'm going to take my colleagues by surprise. Annalise, would you like to go next?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, I guess it's really out loud. And I'm Annalisa Marchetti. I'm representing YAL Marche. YAL Marche is a vet provider, a very important vet provider in Marche region, and it is also part of a bigger net that is present in Italy. So it means in 14 regions in Italy, there is a YAL. Okay, so we have YAL Emilia-Romagna, YAL Lombardia, and so on and so forth. And the good news is we are 70 years old, not me, but YAL Marche. And we celebrated our our birthday 2 weeks ago, and we are really the digital transition really has to start from us, okay? And this entails a very reorganizational projects. For example, here we have with us one internal research who is studying on how to apply in artificial intelligence to the company process. And Jalmarke's approach is a really integrated approach. It's not an isolated action. This means we work with companies, we work with workers, we work with unemployed people. This means we experience more or less all we have told today, from the teachers lacking to the needed of upskilling students and workers and company and so on and so forth. And so our approach is an integrated also because we really attempt to work together with public and private sector, and above all to develop the sectors who are more representative in our region, Marche region. In Marche region, the manufacturing sector, for example, is the most important one, and the digital transition required a reorganizational process, not just of the operational tasks, but also of the managerial and strategic tasks. And our companies in our region are small-sized companies, as you told before, and they usually face a lack on fundings and financing. So our attempt is, of course, to reorganize and to help company and their workers and also unemployees to upskill and to update their digital skill, and but using mainly fundings, okay? And this means that many of our activities are funding by then I can have a list if you want, but I think there is, for example, the interprofessional funds and or Marche region. We answer to calls from Marche region to help company and unemployees to face the digital transition. Am I on time?
Yeah, absolutely spot
Okay,
on. Yes,
thank
thank you
you.
so much. Thank you so much. So actually, one of the things I heard you mention there, because we talk a lot about this skills development at the individual regional level, but you're also working with the companies at the highest level to make sure that they're restructuring themselves in a way that makes them able to upskill, reskill. So you mentioned financing, you mentioned company structure, these kinds of issues. So it's almost like a broad consulting you're doing with companies. Is that right?
Yeah, for example, we, as I told before, we help company with interprofessional funds. That means to have a total free training to their employees. But it is not just to update a skill, it's to reorganize a whole process, the company process. For example, let me give to you some technical example. We answered to a call from Marche region that is on in-company lifelong learning. And in this company, in this call, we worked together with a company based in San Benedetto del Tronto, and we realized two activities called creativity and digital transformation. That was about the ability to propose innovative solutions through a conscious use of digital tools. And another one that is very interesting is the analysis of emerging technologies and innovative trends. And this helps entrepreneur to anticipate the new trends. It's a training that helps them. Also, we organize another very important activity on ERP. that is a system to manage better the supply chain and to build a network between all the organizational process, the managerial, these are just two examples, but of course.
Perfect, thank you. So upskilling is also about restructuring and redeveloping processes inside the organizations as well. That's a really interesting thing that's developed. So thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's great. We can come back if there are any other particular insights that you have when we get to the questions. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So Concetta, can we pass to you? Is that it?
Thank you. My name is Laura Screpanti.
I'm sorry, Laura. Apologies.
My
I knew I'd get one of them wrong.
Okay. I'm working with the Foundation ITS, Nuove Tecnologie per il Made in Italy nelle Marche, which is a large foundation delivering courses co-designed, co-delivered with the companies here in the Marche region. The model we use is to design first phase the instructional design of the courses with and for the local territories. So there is this analysis of the needs of the territories. For example, as Annalisa was saying before, we have a strong manufacturing sector, and we have also strong differences between these manufacturing sectors across all the Marche region. For example, we have the mechatronics district in Ancona and Recanati, for example. We have also oil and gas in Fano. We have, for example, pharmaceutical and biomedical manufacturing processes going on in Ancona and Ascoli Piceno. So there are lots of sectors we have to support. We have to create courses facing the skills, delivering the skills and the training these kind of companies are requiring. So the first ally to develop such courses are the companies themselves. Second allies are schools and universities. So combining these three efforts, these three pillars, we are able to deliver good and quality courses. I was reading the word cloud before, and I saw quality is one of the words that the audience highlighted, and I am really happy to share that our courses are among the most recognized in Italy by Indire. Also, I can read in the word cloud digitalization and inclusion, and this is two aspects which I care very deeply because manufacturing processes are inclusive in this way, not just for people who did not struggle during the educational process. I can bring you the example of several of our students struggling during the secondary education throughout this compulsory education and finding their way through the ITS and succeeding in being the best at gaining these digital skills, self-organization, and they really enjoyed and became the ambassadors of our courses. The courses of the foundation are organized in 2 years, 1,088 hours spent half in the classroom and half at the company's facilities. So they receive training on the job at the company's facilities, and they also gain some insights from university and from school on basic knowledge about technical skills and competencies. For example, in Recanati, we have the design and product management course, and students are able to put their hands on CNC machine, 3D printers, laser cut machine, and so on. In Ancona, for example, they deal with robotics and the robotic manipulators, and they are very, very happy to do that and to enter the job market with these particular skills. So this is my experience with the Foundation ITS.
Thank you so much, Laura. And it is wonderful to hear you talking about those students who would normally struggle in the system and then succeeding and becoming ambassadors. And for those of us who work with students or learners who have often come from really poor or deprived areas and where they don't have the confidence that they need potentially to succeed, and you give them that and develop them. That has to be one of our core themes, does it not, for the conference? And I know this is something that Giovanni is particularly passionate about. So it's great to hear you giving that example. So thank you so much, Laura. You also mentioned quality, and I do think that's quite a nice link to our next presenter, Concetta. We'll now come to you, if you mind. So Concetta, working for ENAP, so you can talk a little bit about your role. Thank you.
Thank you for the floor. First of all, good afternoon to everyone. I'm Concetta Fonso from ENAP. I'm the National Deputy Coordinator of the National Reference Point of ICAVET in Italy and Referenet Italy. So it's a pleasure for me to be here. Yes, of course, what I would like to introduce is the, let's say, the quality or quality assurance approach to these initiatives. With our research group, we started some years ago looking at European initiatives and national initiatives related to excellence in VET. And when we started looking at this new landscape in Europe and beyond, it was interesting to see how these initiatives can be different. They are very different. They are heterogeneous in terms of approach, in terms of concepts. But at the end, what we have seen that there was anyway a common, let's say, fil rouge. There was a common element, and this was exactly quality and excellence that all these initiatives started to pursue. But also, when it comes to quality, usually the approach can be very different because you can have an approach from the users level, from the provider level, from the structural level, organizational, national, and so on. So quality is not only a tool, it's not only an approach to a particular measure, it's not only impact, it's not only assessment, it's a culture. It was first of all a cultural approach for us, but it's also a challenge because when you talk about quality, you have also to bear in mind that you are talking about a time-consuming approach, you need to talk about financial issues and also skills. And it's not, when I talk about the skills, it's not related to the user skills, but to the staff skills, to the skills of the practitioners, of the professionals. What we have seen in our research is that at the moment we have a lot of tools. Many of them are excellent tools developed by different actors. We have the excellent ISTA-cover from ETF and so on. We also promote as ICAVET, the framework, we promote the peer review at provider level, but these tools are not self-standing, alone-standing tools. They need people that implement them. This means that you need people that have the right skills and competencies to use these tools. It means that these people need to have the skills also in terms of data literacy. They need to have competencies in the use of new digital tools. It's a long, let's say, a long procedure. You need also to implement these tools in an integrated way. Especially if we look at the COVE, for example, the COVE have public-private partnership approach, which means that there are also already in place some tools coming from the private sector and from the public sector. So what we are trying at the moment to do is to see how we can integrate them, because avoiding duplication, avoiding overlapping is our first task. But this means also to approach quality in a different way. It means looking at quality not only as a bureaucratic administrative approach, it means looking at quality as a more inclusive. Also in terms of approach, it means looking at quality in the digital and green transition. It means looking at quality as really the future, which is not only going and in a shop and buying a quality item. It means going and to in a new context and see really what quality means for people. So we have done a lot in terms of approaching quality from an internal, external point of view, because it's not only the level of quality that you have to approach, you have also to see how quality is seen internally for those that implement the activities, and how quality is seen from external point of view, because it makes the difference, and it's very important, especially when it comes to the COVE, to look, for example, to the level of trust that they can have in different contexts, because people can acquire different skills, skills can be recognized, validated, but then if at the end the labor market is not open to welcome these, let's say, acquisitions, of course, it's all based on a trust approach. So that's what at the moment I can add to the discussion.
Thank you so much, Concetta. It was interesting to hear you talk about the culture of quality being so important. I know you've described some elements of that. I mean, I know for those of us who have been in cultural and quality regimes for many years, there's been a transition from that sort of auditing and checking and bureaucratic approach and almost the quality person being the policeman through to one which is more collaborative, based on trust, as you said, one which is a process of continuous improvement and partnership. And this seems to be the way that you're approaching it. Is that a reasonable summary?
Yeah, that's exactly my point of view. I mean, obviously, you need to have, let's say, a hard approach to quality because you have to do some checks, you need some standards, obviously. But again, it was interesting starting from the presentation that we had for this session to see how the word adaptation was introduced. Because you can use different tools. We don't need to have, let's say, a benchmark between the tools telling which is the best tool. Well, it depends all on the level of adaptation. And obviously, what we are pushing at the moment is a voluntary approach, which means that people should really know the added value of a quality assurance system. And it means not only using the tools because they need to use them, because they need, for example, money to finance the activities. They should really know the added value, which means really to understand what they can reach when they have a quality approach, which is different from a bureaucratic approach, obviously.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your input, Concetta, and I'm sure we'll come back to some of those in a minute. Thank you. And you can applaud. And finally, we've left Yuri to finish off our brief sets of presentations. Yuri, I'm sure Yuri Belaniuk, I'm sure is now very well known to this audience, the head of the qualifications agency in Ukraine. Yuri.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Before starting, I want to say thank you. Thank you very much for you, for your countries, that you support us, save our peoples before and after Russian full-scale aggression and invasion for our country. Thank you very much. I think
Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. And now I want to share our experience, how we in our country check our challenges during this hard times for our country. First of all, you must understand that we work where we can, when we can, and how we can. 24 hours every day. It means that we must, for fast decisions, for fast results, we must have a very deregulated system. In the 1st of April in 2022, Ukrainian parliament voted a law. I think it was a very small law about developing qualification system, but it was a revolution because we changed rules of developing professional qualification, of developing professional standards. It means that we take a power from the government and give this power to approve professional qualifications to working groups, but power of governments stay in this process, but we move it to the middle. The influence is that government not only regulate, government as our organization, National Qualification Agency, start a service organization that supports a process of developing new qualifications, new professional qualifications, and new professional standards. And in the case of green skills, we used such decision in digital skills, digital competences. Every professional qualification that start developing in Ukraine must use recommendation how to put digital competence in every profession and every professional qualification. It doesn't matter what profession. It means that what percent of content will be about digital competence at the end. It can be used during put green skills in the policy of European Commission. And it shows a real result because government don't have a special budget for developing professional standards. And we organize very mashed up informational company and start working with employers and explain that after that law, after the change in government rules, you have a really power. You can change everything. Your influence is really weak. You will approve a professional qualification after, yes, it is a journey, but at the end you will approve, okay, this professional qualification or not. And about topics speakers before, she mentioned about quality. Quality is the high level because we have 1 month public discussions. Everyone who wants from your countries, from other countries, can propose something during developing these professional standards. And the second information what I want to share, we want nowadays, we prepare a content and Ukrainian parliament vote a law 9630. In this law is written, so after 1 year, National Qualification Agency will be administrator of national classifier and register. It means that in this law is written that we must use all instruments of ISCO and ESCO. It means that our integration to European Union, it's not only about, I see, 30 seconds. It's not only about open hardest. It's really integration for understanding each other in the area of human capital. Thank you.
Thank you. And you mentioned the word giving power to. Actually, I thought that was a really interesting element of what you just described, where there is a law in place and it's part of your job as a leader to make sure that businesses, qualifications agencies are empowered, have the power to make those changes in qualifications. That sounds like a really important leadership role.
Yes, and it really shows that percent of growing of during last 3 years was 150% more. We have more modern with most actual qualification, professional standard than 3 years before. 150, I think, percent if it's count in percent.
Which is an astonishing achievement given the circumstances of the country. Yeah. Okay, thank you so much for my expert panel. And now it's over to you. I hope my attractive assistant over there is ready with the questions. Thanks, Shivani. If you could put up the questions from the audience. So the first question is, code means a sustainable structure with all important stakeholders. Therefore, an approach of close relation to companies is one crucial aspect. Different solutions are possible. By and large, the vision is kind of transdisciplinarity. So not really a question as such, but Faton, I think this is something that particularly we've heard you talk about. Would you like just to say a little bit more about how you build those crucial relationships across the code that you have?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we are already tackling this as a solution for the Western Balkans, and this really describes best how the code is structured and how this is important for all stakeholders. In our case, for example, coming with an idea of the initiative for the COVIS in the Western Balkans is mainly relied on the deep background in vocational education that our team has. So in this regard, I was involved in different initiatives and projects throughout the Western Balkans and also in other countries in global regions like in Africa, Asia, and Middle East. But in this contest, I think what is not working in our case is this partnership and collaboration effort between the countries. And therefore, as individual countries, we are not able to provide this service what actually SMEs, for example, or the industry needs, because we are so small as a one country. But as a Western Balkans, I think we can provide a solution with a bigger market and also sharing the expertise amongst our countries.
Bertrand, does that then become a political challenge more than anything else?
This is really a political challenge, but the drivers, I think we should be the drivers, not the political leader, because in our context, I think the change of leadership often in these countries has brought us to this point where nothing is being sustainable. In this regard, nobody's taking ownership or sustainability aspects to continue with the previous work. And when the funding stops, everything stops towards that, achieving to that idea. This was also the case with Europe, I think, when as individual countries, it was not functioning that well. But as a structured collaboration between the countries, I think it's working perfectly, maybe if not perfectly, then close to perfect, or they find a solution how to get it done towards achieving the objectives.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bertrand. And I wonder my colleagues from Marke would like to comment on the sustainability element, because you've mentioned it, it came up out of that question. Is there something that you can talk about in terms of how you make it sustainable?
Well, yes, I am from the foundation, so I want to bring the example of the foundation. The foundation ITS of Recanati is here since 2008. There are several fundings from Europe and also from Italy to establish this program, which is recognized by the Italian education system as a tertiary system. So students completing our path gain AQF 5 level diploma. So this is sustainable because it is recognized and because the competencies we are delivering to students are really meaningful for industries, and they are kept meaningful by this continuous comparison with the actual job market. And this is done by the ongoing dialogue with companies of the territory, and also with the cutting-edge technology led by universities. So this is our model to become sustainable and also scalable in other regions. This is not just a Marche initiative, it is an Italian initiative, the Foundation ITS. So I think this is how we can be sustainable.
So thank you, Laura. So it's the qualifications and make it so those are recognized, they're sustainable in and of themselves, and then they're adaptable according to the needs of the particular market. And those are the two ways that you achieve it. Brilliant. Thank you. Philip, do you want to say something? You seem to be holding the microphone.
Yeah, I just wanted to pass for the next question. I don't know, there's a question over there.
Do you want to say that one?
It's difficult to answer briefly. Is what can be achieved by joining forces. All the examples of excellence that we know are delivered by a partnership between the private sector, the provider, universities, device provider, depending on the model, depending on the context. But all the examples we have, I mean, show us to what extent, I mean, doing things together, bringing in complementary expertise and understanding can really lead to a huge added value. So I don't think there's a shorter answer than that.
Yeah, it almost strikes me when we talk about partnership that there's a particular attitude that you need to have towards partnership. It's very easy in any organization or any situation to feel almost like tribal, where everybody is against you or opposed to you, whereas this requires a much more openness of thinking, which is one of the things that we define as entrepreneurial skills as well. So yes, thank you, Filippo. So next question is, how can the COE's EU model be systematically integrated into national lifelong learning policies to ensure that green and digital transitions are not only skills-driven, but also socially inclusive across regions with differing economic capacities, especially in the Western Balkans? Possibly sounds like another one for you, Faton, actually, to lead on, if I may.
Yeah, in this regard, we are also aligning our concept with the ETF blueprint concept, and also what we are lacking in Western Balkans is recognition of qualification. And when we are talking about COES.eu model, this perfectly fits into our constant constellation in the Western Balkans, and recognition of qualification amongst the countries. And that's why we are focusing a lot in introducing the micro-credentials as a solution for this aspects. And also this becomes, again, a political issue, but in this regard, I think if we are following the blueprints that are already showing successful implementation in other countries, I think we can align our concept and ideas, and also stream these collaboration efforts amongst different stakeholders in the Western Balkans. And our idea is also to involve the public universities to be as a quality assurance mechanisms for the training that we are providing, and also work closely with the industry, because the issue now, what we are challenging is that our bureaucratical processes for validating a programmee, for example, develop programmee, is taking so much time to implement it. So when we are already into that stage to implement it, that's already obsolete, and the industry is not waiting for us. We have to be ahead.
Thank you, Faton. And that sounds like a good prompt, sorry, Concetta, for you, given that you work in policy development. So one of the things Faton has identified is the importance of those policies around quality assurance, and how they can very quickly become out of date. Is that something that you can comment on and talk about how that may be overcome?
Well, I don't think that really policies can be very fast, or that at the end they can be so fast as the things change. I mean, in a global, really in a fast changing society, and also in a labor market which is continually changing, I think it's very hard to be, let's say, excellent in all and have a high quality in all. What I would like to stress is that what we need is really to be flexible in different approaches. We need to influence, obviously, our policy level. We have to bring evidence about what is going on, but at the same time, we have to be aware that the adaptation and flexibility is really the core of the approach that we can have. It means that we don't need necessarily to find a solution or the right solution for all. It is more, let's say, research of the best solution for the situation in which we are at the moment. And that's also what I think when we look, for example, at realities like Ukraine, which is obviously in a phase of adaptation, of change, of finding the best solution, but in a specific moment, in a specific historical moment in which obviously the people have to adapt in relation to what they have at the moment in terms of resources, in terms of available resources. And obviously I think that the strong point can be also to improve the collaborations and to strengthen obviously the international collaborations in that regard. Because obviously as fast as the best practices can circulate, so faster they can be implemented, because usually what we see from our research is that policies take a long time in terms of to be implemented and in terms to be monitored. So if we really want to to meet the needs of our users, then we really have to be a little bit faster. But this means obviously also to more in depth in the different analysis that we are doing at the moment.
Interesting. So although you are developing clearly policies which by definition are bureaucratic, what's important is they have built-in adaptability to move as quickly as they can do. And you mentioned also that international contact. So we're back to that collaboration again, how being exposed to other mechanisms, other ways of doing it, other practices can lead to new ideas and developing new things, thoughts on policy development.
Yeah, absolutely. We believe in the change of best practices, but also in a collaboration which is not only exchanging or not only adapting, but it is also about developing together the new initiatives, because we can also start from different levels of development, but at the end we can try to, let's say, to obtain the same objective or goal, starting from different points, from different levels of development, but it's a common understanding. We start from common, let's say, common language. Common understanding means also to have common definitions, not necessarily the same definition, but we have to, let's say, to find the same objectives which start from the definition of the context in which we are moving.
So standardization itself, of course, can be an engine for growth as well. It allows you to scale and innovate, doesn't it, around a set of common standards. So excellent.
Yeah, common standards, but to be flexible at the same time. This is the challenge.
Interesting dilemma. Thank you, Concetta. We have a question. I think I'm surprised it's taken so long to come up. Actually, it's the first mention, I think, of AI in this particular panel. So the question is, how can COES leverage generative AI to personalize learning pathways and accelerate skills development? Who is brave enough to take this particular turn? Annalise, would you like to?
It's a very difficult question, but maybe we can leverage generative artificial intelligence to create new tools and to implement, to improve methodologies and to accelerate this way skills development. I think we really need to work on methodology and tools.
So it is a question about learning how to use those tools that are changing all the time, though, aren't they? That's part of the issue that we have. We have a professor of AI who presented to us last week about what's changed in the last 2 months with AI, and surely that's our greatest challenge, isn't it? Particularly people who are over 20.
Yeah, it's artificial intelligence. It's really challenging, but if we work on this, we can get good results. But we need to focus and to work, how to say, let's say, carefully with artificial intelligence. We can have good, really important results, but if we are carefully on that. And if I can answer to another question that was on joining forces, I think we need to join forces to reduce mismatch. That is a very impressive aspect because the labor market needs some requests, and we need to provide it with such skills, and we need to do our best by joining all together and to deliver programs that are able to answer to the labor market needs. This is very important and very fast to do.
Excellent. Thank you, Annalise. And Yuri, I believe you've been dealing with this question as well.
First of all, we can't stop AI. It's the same like to stop Henry Ford in 19th century and using horses till these days. And it means that if we will have enough energy, I think in 2 years, AI will accelerate. Now AI accelerate skills development, qualification development, but in 1 or 2 years, I think it will analyze everything, and the best needs were checked by AI and produced. But we must legalize this process in government rules, because it's about quality, it's about intellectual property and other steps that we must organize in our countries.
Thank you, Yuri. Surely also the biggest challenge for us is to understand what it means to be human in the age of AI as well. We talked this morning, I think, about human skills development. It really puts it into stark contrast, doesn't it? It's also an extremely good tool for the facilitators of panels, because I put into ChatGPT a little earlier, what questions would you ask of a panel of experts on codes? It came up with some really nice questions, actually. But I'm sure my colleagues also use ChatGPT to come up with their answers as well, and we can perhaps all then just go home, I suppose. So the next question is, what organizational efforts and strategic changes must a training center undertake to become a recognized member of Codes.eu? Filippo, perhaps this is a question you could kick us off. Is that okay?
I think I can combine this with another question which was there before. It basically says, what's the difference between centers of excellence and as they are presented now compared to the centers of competence that were, let's say, leveraged in the past? And the fact is that we don't have in EU a single concept of center of excellence. Okay, so what the Commission did is to try to identify all the possible functions that center of excellence usually cover up, and gives an idea what should be the role of center of excellence, to try to cover as many as possible of those functions. There's no single definition. There's no single module. The ETF has done a publication specifically on the different types of center of excellence, looking at all the different models all around the world and trying to identify what are the topologies, etc. And then you could really see that there are different models. Just to make the simplest example, you do have like the vertical center of excellence, which focus on one specific sector. Like Moldova has 13 center of excellence, one per sector. So there's one on digital, there's one on economy, etc. And they are the reference for all the vocational schools in the sector. North Macedonia has a regional approach, so they have a regional vet center for one specific region, and they play a different role because they support the government understanding the needs at the regional level, but they don't specifically work for one sector. So already you have these two examples of completely different approaches. You also have in Europe very specific different models, like Technic is one of the most famous, that they don't provide initial training, so it's completely different from all the others. So in general, there's not a model, there is a direction. So if you go and look at the COVES model, the COVES function in the document for the European Commission, you will see what are the different functions that really define what center of excellence is. It's clearly the direction is the engagement with the private sector, moving from initial to lifelong learning, the partnership, the cooperation with industry, also for innovation and research. So these are the directions, but there's no clear path and there's no clear module. That really depends on the specificity of the country and of the center who wants to further develop.
So thank you, Filippo. So it sounds more like a set of organizing principles that derive a code, and then the local stakeholders decide themselves what is the best way of fulfilling the needs of their particular market. Is that how it operates?
Some countries have models which are formally approved, so you are a center of excellence if the government decides you are a center of excellence. In other cases, it's more a self-declaration. It's a provider who feels confident to actually present themselves like a center of excellence. There's no EU recognition. We do have labels if you use the ESATCOV questionnaire, but these don't have any formal recognition. So in some countries, you have a list of formal center of excellence. In other countries, no. So for example, to participate to the ETF Network for Excellence, you apply and you are part of the network. We don't ask any formal request to the government. So it's a loose concept in a certain way.
And I think that flexibility and adaptability is probably one of the keys to its success, I imagine. So thank you, Filippo. Our next question is, who should COVES turn to for guidance and collaboration when it comes to integrating generative AI into vocational training? Faton, can I put you on the spot of that one, please?
Yeah, in this context, I think as my colleagues here mentioned, we cannot run away from the AI, so we have to endorse it. So in this regard, we are working towards implementation of generative AI when it comes to development and also it's a tool for us to move much faster in a way to meet the demands of the labor market in this case. In this regard, we are also working to AI modules for different programs that are already developed and to reskill and upskill the teachers or maybe the employees that you need to implement that. So in this regard, we have been developing in-company training in some of the countries. This involves also Kosovo, which we developed a couple of years ago, but that needs now updating because the trends have been changed, the context has been changed, and generative AI, it's a must now to be included in the concept. So when it comes to meeting the future demands, I think the generative AI, it's one of the tools that we have to use at this moment to achieve that excellence. We mentioned that we are not being able to keep up with the trends of the industry and technology development. In this regard, if we can master the AI, somebody earlier mentioned here that most of the institutions do not even understand themselves the AI concept that cannot be measured at this moment. But if we can do that, you can achieve that certain standard where we can measure the outcomes of the AI, then we can predict what is coming in the future. At the moment, it's quite challenging, I can say.
Indeed, and thank you, Fatson. This morning, Julian was talking about the fact that we had 95% of our students now use AI as part of their assignments, right, part of their studies. We cannot ignore it. Sorry? At 26 in school, absolutely. And our young people now are treating AI as a personal assistant. So they work alongside them. For those that are older, it's almost like ChatGPT that you ask the occasional question. For them, it's completely integrated into their way of life, and that's how we should be thinking about it. We had a presentation on agentic AI recently. And now guardrails are the thing. If you don't know what guardrails are, find out, because that's the latest. Get the guardrails right, and the AI works for you. If you don't get them right, then it does its own thing. Filippo?
I think with generative AI, I think it's the first time where the digitalization in education is not for sure bringing added value. In the sense, in the past, I mean, you could immediately understand how you could use the developments, digitalization for positive effect. There was no real risk. So, okay, maybe it's difficult to actually do it, to learn. There was a lot of teacher training, but it was clear that it would have been beneficial for the learning. Now is the first time where we need to not take a step back and allow the researchers to make longitudinal analysis and studies. So it will take some time to have real answers. It's clear that you stop writing because you only use ChatGPT. You will never learn how to write properly. I mean, you get out of university and people expect you to write a concept quite sophisticated, and you are not able to. So I'm glad that they use it less at the level of secondary education than they use in higher education. I think it's already a problem in higher education. I'll just say that it's quite complex, and we really need academics to study deeply before actually taking action to actually integrate it well in school.
So part of the problem that we're faced with is that the rapid change of AI may lead us into the wrong kinds of decisions about how we deploy AI. So actually we need to slow down, do the analysis, do the research, and then take action based on that analysis.
I think it's the first time we really need to wait, because
Right.
it's really dangerous. And then if you just introduce it and then after 5 years, you actually damage a whole generation. Those 5 years they didn't learn to write. It's like COVID, just 3 years of COVID, and you see a generation of students which were in lower secondary, which have serious problems in upper secondary. So if you rush too quickly into it, I think that you are at risk of damaging a generation of students.
Laura, did you want to comment on it?
Yeah, I can see the point made by Filippo. On the other side, I think AI is already here. Students are already using it, and we have to teach them how to use it in the proper way, of course. We have some guidance on it. Academics are researching, and they tell us about how it is important to write the right prompt, for example, how to fact-checking the AI generated text. For example, if we are discussing about text, how to interpret an image generated by AI to check if it is worth or not, if it is actually truthful or not. So this is this kind of education we have to provide, and we have to do it now. The second point is, for example, we are starting in October 2025 15 courses here in the Marche region on the mechatronics and so on. And each and every company is asking us to introduce AI into the training path. So we did it and we imagined it, and we are actually designing the learning path with AI. With this, I mean, we introduced AI, for example, to analyze data, which is the most common. I think we can do that safely because, for example, in the Internet of Things world, we are building smart things and we have to introduce actual artificial intelligence. The second aspect is to learn how to use the artificial intelligence embedded in the softwares we are using in the companies. And they are very useful and they can make us very productive. So this is how we can integrate, for example, artificial intelligence into the training path of our students.
Brilliant. Thank you, Laura. So it's about integrating it, making sure that we're working with AI to develop those skills rather than fearing it and keeping it as a separate topic for them.
I think it's absolutely spot on. I mean, we have to go that if the AI is already used as a part of a qualification, you have to teach it. Otherwise, the student gets out of school and that cannot work in the company. So we're thinking a bit more in terms of AI for basic skills and competences. That's where it's a bit tricky. But as long as it's part of the working process, inevitably it's going to be a crucial element of the training program.
Thank you. And Concetta, you did talk about the adaptability of policy. AI must be part of your consideration, is it?
Yes, absolutely. It makes part of the, let's say, of the theory of integration of AI in the working process. Obviously, if it's a tool that can support people in the working field, obviously we have also to consider the legal aspects of it. We have to integrate it in our legal frameworks. And as already said, obviously we have to create the legal basis for the adaptation. But before we have to analyze it, and obviously I agree with what the other panelists said, that we have to study it. It means to create a knowledge base that allows really to understand the limits, but also the potential of this integration. And obviously also quality has a strategic role in that, because if we would like really to have an approach which is useful for the people, we have to analyze it from different point of views. It means not only from an ethical point of view, we have to consider it also in terms of potential, in terms of what we can reach, because at the end it can be also a support to people, support that can bring to different kind of skills development, also of potential of new skills, also skills that we have probably still not studied. So it can be obviously integrated, but what we need is to go forward with the research, and then obviously we can make a proposal to our policymakers.
Excellent. Thank you, Concetta. Giovanni, we probably have time for one more question. Is there anything else from the audience that we haven't already dealt with?
Yes.
What about Ukraine?
You have one question for Yuri.
Yeah, Yuri? Would you like to use ChatGPT for that one?
Yes, we use. I think nowadays, before was the question, please show some examples how to use AI. Nowadays, we use AI to compare. Okay. Now we use AI to compare a content in civilian qualification with content in military qualification, because we have a very big challenge in our country. Veteran funds say that after the end of the war, we will have nearly 5 million veterans. It means that we must build a trajectory for them to integrate in civilian life, in civilian market place, labor market. It means that we don't have enough time, wait, and that's why it's a first step. We try to use, and prepare nowadays a methodology to comparing military skills and civilian skills, and AI help us nowadays. But I think the main challenge in the future will be how to integrate AI in the exam commissions, how the students or other people that want to recognize, for example, their professional qualification, take it in informal education or non-formal education, how AI will react in it, and if it will be put in the government rule that AI checked the possibility, the skills. I think it's the main challenge in this area.
Thank you so much, Yuri. Oh, thank you. That was very loud. And Yuri has just touched on it. I do believe that Skillman has a huge strategic opportunity now to work with colleagues like Yuri from Ukraine on post-war reconstruction, particularly with the orientation towards skills. So I think that's a challenge we should all accept over the next few years. Thank you, Yuri. I don't know whether there's any more questions, Giovanni. Is that all? Yeah. Can I just check if anybody else from the audience would like to ask a question that you haven't already asked? Time for a break. Can I ask my panel if there's anything else that you haven't already said that you really felt a burning need to say before we finish? No, not seeing it. That's all.
For anyone that is interested in more about the concept of Win4S, I mean the COVIS and COVIS.eu, I think the Win4S MEES project, and also we have Gunnar Binder here that is present. You can refer more for details if required, and he can explain more about how to achieve this.
Thank you so much, Faton. So, colleagues, I'd just like to round off our panel there for this afternoon. I actually just wrote 3 words down, and I don't know whether they're of interest, but as we've been having the conversation this afternoon, I found 3 words all beginning with A, and one of them is not AI, and that's adaptation, alliances, and anticipation. So I think those are 3 words that I think have been a theme through all of our discussions today. The theme of partnership, for me, actually has emerged very strongly over the conversations today. That ability and attitude towards collaborating with others to create new value, that seems to be a particular driving force of COVES. The anticipation that Filippo introduced us to, the ability to anticipate future skills, also seems to be an essential element of it. And we have talked a lot today about adaptation, the ability to move quickly in what one of our colleagues this morning referred to, the VUCA environment that we're living in, that volatile environment we're in. So I think that just remains for us to thank all of our contributors to the panel this afternoon. I've certainly learned a lot listening to you. Thank you also to you for participating so well in the questions, and I think we just need to show our appreciation to our panel. Thank you all, colleagues. Giovanni, over to you.